Hello. Good afternoon, boys and girls. How are you today? On my side, I'm doing pretty good. We actually achieved the objective we wanted to achieve, which is very nice. So, we achieved... Hello. My setup is becoming more and more complex every time, so... Hey. My setup is becoming more and more complex every time. So I will need... I don't know why. I will need some automatic setup at the end, but... Let's see. So we have a bit of a news this time. I managed to get the stream. Let me see if I can put it here as well. Yes, you see the small thing there at the bottom. There. I managed to place a small window which is capturing the Winamp player and is displaying the song, the author, and also the album in case there is an album. So I think it's pretty cool, and I will keep it here, and I will also keep it in the main scene. I think the plane shift music is a bit too high volume, but you can tone it down a bit. Yeah, and you can see there the music playing. So we have my face on the left here, and then we have there the music, and then we have the chat on the right side, and then we have at the top all the follow or other stuff. So I think it's good enough. I hope I don't have to make even more changes, but I think it's pretty good as it is. So I was saying that we reached the goal we wanted to reach. So I asked some of you to follow on Twitch and to ensure that we were getting the right amount of viewers on the platform, and we did. In fact, I received a message yesterday which is saying not all who stream are as dedicated as you. You belong to a new class of streamers known as Twitch affiliates. Take part in the program and start earning on Twitch. So basically, I think we did it. So we managed to do the... Now, I need to understand how to do it. I don't think we will do it now, but I can do it off stream. But I think there is something to do. You have to actually fill in all the information, and there is some stuff you need to do. So I will, this get started. I think if you click here on get started, you start the onboarding to the affiliate program and go from there. And then obviously there is then the next level, which is the path to partner. But I think that partner we will not go. Partner is when you have an average of 75 viewers, so it's quite high. So I don't know if we will ever reach it, but let's say it is what is needed for partners. So you really need to have a lot of people watching you. Okay, so yeah, congratulations to me and to you, because thanks to the fact that you were following, we managed to achieve this. Okay, what I want to do today is to work a bit on the guild houses. Now first let me check if we have already a mission for guild houses or not. I don't think I ever had one. I downloaded a bit of game music as well, so we can play during the stream. We can play our music, or we can play some other music from other video games. Yesterday, in the stream of yesterday, actually we got a significant number of copyright strikes when I used the video game list. Yeah, we got a pretty big list of strikes. I think the majority belonging to the London Philharmonic Orchestra, because I think they did probably a CD or something where they played video game music, and so they are asking for I mean, they are saying that certain parts of the video are copyrighted, and so we will not see them. I can show you the list if you want. Maybe it's useful to other streamers, but let me see if I can take a screenshot of this, or I can move this window. Oh, I cannot move this window. But anyway, I can read it to you. It's like the majority are London Philharmonic Orchestra, like Final Fantasy VIII, Arkham City main theme, Metal Gear Solid, Super Mario Bros. Team, I don't know, all this thing. Now, what I want to do, I want to test, you know, the. Let me see if we have a guild mission, or I don't think so. No, we don't have. So we can create it. Nice. What I want to do, I want to test playing some video game music and see which one gets the strike and which one doesn't get the strike. And I selected some video games that I played, so I think that will be good. So let me create first of all our new mission. We can use this one. We will do save as, and we will call it Unreal Mission Guild Houses. Okay. So what we need to do, I mean, first I want to explain you the problem, because I think if you understand the problem, and by the way, we kind of already have a solution, so which is the good news. I see you guys are very quiet today. I don't see anyone chatting, but I see people connected, so it's fine. Maybe you're scared of the tiger. So the way it is set up in our world is actually that we have, let's say, the main world, which let's say is this thing, okay, and on the main world, obviously there are a number of houses and buildings and whatever, right? And the player can obviously enter these buildings and can enter these buildings and can visit these buildings. But the problem is that for guild houses, we don't want to duplicate the geometry. So let's say that the player is entering into this house, and in this house actually contains a guild house, and another player is entering in this other house, which is also containing a guild house of the same type, so meaning that the geometry of that guild house will be the same, right? So what we want to do, we want to do it in a way that when the player enters this guild house, so let's call it guild house number 1 and guild house number 2. So guild house number 1 and number 2 are sharing the same geometry, right? So which is the important point. It's like an instance of dungeon. It's the same concept. So guild house 1 and 2 have the same geometry, at least in terms of walls and in terms of the basic props, you know, that are added to the level. But different let's say actors. So they can contain different actors. So in one guild house there can be I think I did a picture though. Now that I think about it, I think I had a picture which was called I think it's here. Why I didn't see it? Are you mission guilds? Ah no, this one was the guild UI. It's different. I think I had instance. Let me search for instance. Instances 1, instances 2. I think. Ah yes, I think this one explains it pretty good. Yeah. I think we can reuse these two as well, huh? These two are kind of good. Let me try to do this. So we can keep them in the same... so we will rename this to Guild Houses Instance 1 and Guild Houses Instance 2. These are just explanations of what I was saying, exactly what I was saying there. But it's the same concept. So so what I was saying is that, for example, on the server side, you know, you have the same geometry but with different actors, and on the client side we have, you know, the instance 1 and the instance 2, which the player 1 sees only the red things and the player 2 sees only the green things. Okay, so that's kind of the split. And we can reuse the same idea. So if there is a river, there is a kind of a bridge, and then we have different caves. You know, we have different, I don't remember what these numbers are, but anyway, we have different caves with the same geometry, but different monsters contained inside, right? So this one is Monster Boo Boo, this one is Monster Baba, this one is a tribe, right? So, but for whatever reason, they have exactly the same geometry. And now to do this, usually the way Unreal Engine does it is to instantiate a new server. So basically you have one server per area, and you are instantiating that server with the complexity. Then you have to move the people between servers, right? Which is a bit annoying. So in this example, Guild House 1 and Guild House 2, yeah, exactly. So let's try to make just a small example. So we have so the walls here will be the same. Okay, so let's make maybe some adjacent rooms just for fun. Okay, and this. So this this guild house, I'm just trying to create a kind of a room shape that we can use to explain the concept. because when I'm explaining to you, I'm somehow also, you know, understanding better myself the way it works. So I think it's overall a good idea. Okay, so let's say that we have, you know, this is the guild house. There is a main entrance. I don't know, can be here, and yeah, can be here, and then there are like 3 rooms. Now the geometry of the guild house will stay the same. It stay exactly the same, but hello Rodrigo, welcome. Yes, we are upgrading. We are upgrading the plane shift engine, because plane shift was made many years ago. Yes, 10 plus, and the engine, the graphical engine that he was using, is no more maintained, and is no more up to date with the latest, you know, gaming standards. And so we decided to redo it. Well, not redo it, but let's say to port it. So to transfer all the stuff from the old game to the new game with Unreal Engine. And Unreal Engine is a pretty powerful engine, so it will allow us to do a lot of stuff. Now the good thing is that a lot of the work has already been done, so we are already in a good shape. So the game in Unreal Engine is actually working now. Is open to test only to a few number of people, but anyway, I would say it's pretty much working. Hello Maui. Hey. But welcome back, Rodrigo. We are here. It's good to see you. If you played 10 years ago. Okay, so just moving forward with this concept, you know, this can be the guild house. And if you want to say that there are, you know, tables and other stuff, I mean, this thing can stay. If it's a, well, tables maybe not, but let's say if there are like columns, let's say that there are, you know, columns in this guild house, and okay, let's say these 3 columns, which are part of the basic geometry. So those will stay as it is, right? And it will be duplicated between all the guild houses. But then we will have stuff that is added on top, right? So for example, we will have a player which is connected, let's say the player, let's do it with another symbol. So let's do it with this, or with a star, maybe with this. With this I think is good. So we have a player that enters this guild house and drops an item. Okay, so and drops whatever item on the ground, right? So these 2 things should be seen only inside this guild house. This guild house will be the same also for the other players, and so actually the position and the geometry will be identical, but the guild house 2, belonging to another guild, it will look like it's a different place. Now it's not a different place, but it will look like it's a different place. And why we need to do this? Because maybe of these guilds we are instantiating, you know, 10, 20, 30, 50 of them, depending on the number of guilds. And so we cannot really afford to say, okay, let's create one new geometry for each of the guilds, because then first of all the geometry will have to be kind of static in the level, and then I mean maybe they will, I mean, you don't even know where to position them, because we will have to generate more and more and more and more and more. So the idea is to keep the geometry the same, the position the same, but then you know, have different items, different players. So this is another player, and I don't know, this is another item, right, that is dropping to the ground. So when player 1 enters here, depending which is the guild that he entered to, you will see these two things, or you will see these other two things, depending if he's entering one or the other. Okay, so that's basically the trick that we want to put in place. That is the kind of the trick. So to do this, anyway, let me try to load up some of the music that I downloaded to see, because again, I want to see if he gets copyright striked or not. I think it should not, because it's all music from video games. Video game music. Okay, it should be in shuffle, so I will switch between. It will switch between different tracks, and you should be able to see the track at the bottom. Yes, yeah. Now, they may not always be meaningful, but okay. So to fix that, so to implement this, there is one guy that helped us already a lot, which is called Gion, which is sometimes, well, it's very often here on the stream, that basically created a prototype of this idea. Okay, and he did it quite some time ago, but unfortunately I never had the proper, it was never the proper time, because I was working on other more critical stuff, and so I never had really the time to look at what he created. I think he created it in yes, I think it's this one. He created it in April or May, right? And I think it was called instance test. Now the first thing we need to do, we need to yes, it was this one, I think, because I think I had a different test. I had this one, and then I had another one which is called hero channels, but I think the hero channels was another version of it done by someone else. So hello Marcelo, hey. You were painting a bridge today? Nice. Very nice. So I think it's this one. So let's try to make a plan as usual. First we need to make a plan of what we need to do, and then we're going to do it. Okay. So the plan is the following. The plan is find the instance example created a few months ago, and I think we found it, by the way. Now test the example, you know, and I would say we need to test it a bit, but then we need to learn how the code works, you know. So we need to test the example, and then we need to learn how the code works, and then we need to plan how to adapt it. We need to plan how to adapt it to plane shift, because this one I don't know yet. So I don't know which kind of changes we need to do. Actually, we already have instances, so we already have the concept of instance, like a channel in all the database, in all the plane shift code, is everywhere. The problem is that I don't know if that will be easy to adapt or not, or if we will have to change something. By the way, how is the music volume? Da-da-da. It is very Overwatch, huh? One second, I'm just checking something. Do-do-do. Okay. So, so I think the example is that one actually. There was a license thing in here. Yes, it's meat license, so it can be used for whatever. I think I will anyway. Anyway, I need to relicense it. I don't want to keep different licenses in the main code base, but it's okay. Okay, let me regenerate the Visual Studio project files, because the last time that we launched it was actually quite some time ago. Okay, let's launch the project and start to learn about it. It needs to create the DLL for the editor. Trees and waterfall with limestone, and the shade still hot in the UK storm coming. Yeah, when it's that hot that you feel that a storm is coming, you know? Where the humidity goes up so much. Okay, we are recompiling. I don't know if he's splitting well the name. He's splitting well the name of the song from the other things, because I see collector edition soundtrack, director blah blah blah. Tamu Highlands. Yeah, probably that's the name of the. Yeah, I think it is. Still compiling, huh? Okay. He's saying that there is something outdated, and so he's asking me to recompile it through the IDE, which is okay. So we close the Planeship project. We reopen this. This was done, I think, still in 4.23 or something. So it was done in few Unreal versions ago. So that could be the reason. Okay. So let's try to recompile from here and see what happens, okay? I think it may be that the build CS is outdated, or it needs something new, or maybe the target needs something new. Let's see if we get any errors from the build here in the ID. Seems to be my CPU is suffering a bit. 20% is face rig. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, he's saying one failed. Let's check why. Okay, this one, we fixed it already. This one, I remember, we had the same problem. I think we have to call the set. Let me just search this error on the web and see, but I think that I fixed it already in another occasion. It was exactly the same error. I think that we need to use the accessor. Yes, this guy is using the same thing. Replicate and replicate. But he's using already set replicated movement. But I think you cannot do it in the constructor. Basically, the idea is that you can do it, but you should do it. No, but the question is something else. I think it's not exactly the same thing. I mean, it's similar, but it's not exactly the same thing. But I think in our case, we need this. Set replicating movement instead of replicate movement. I think that's the change. Let me see if it compiles this way. But I remember that the replicates should have gone into... Well, let's see. Hello people. Let's see, more people are joining. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, now I think I can launch it. Okay, let's see. Accelerator detected, shut down, blah blah blah. No, this one we don't care, so we can skip the restore and just launch the editor. Okay. So this was the example. Seems to be still working somehow. This was the example. It's recompiling a bit of shaders, but I think if we play in standalone game with 2 players, will be a bit more visible. Okay, so we have the ability to switch instances here on the left. So let's see what this is doing. I don't think I can. Yes, I can. So the instance 0 is the current instance. By the way, who am I? I'm this guy. I'm this guy. So if I switch myself to instance 1, if I switch myself to instance 1, the other guy, which is in instance 0, is not visible. The problem is that on the other client, I still see myself. So there is the first issue, that on the second client we see. Let me try to switch this client to another instance, like instance 2. Oh, cannot do it. I can do instance 1, but not 2, 3, and 4 or 5. I don't know why. Maybe it's just not updated, because actually it disappears. But you see that the collision is still there. That is the big issue. So, or there is a problem just in the update from the client 1 to the client 2. But what I see, so for whatever reason I cannot select additional instances. So I can with the first client here I can go to instance 4, for example, but with this one I cannot switch it. Or anyway, the instance is not updated here. If I go to instance 4, it sees me. Now, it's also true that in our game we don't have collision on players, which is pretty good. So players can go basically through each other without any issue. Okay, let me try to understand now if I have to go into a guild house. So now, for whatever reason, I'm inside instance number 4. Maybe we can put both of them in instance number 4. So now I see both of them, right? So both are visible because they are both in instance number 4. Now with this client, I'm gonna enter a guild house, and I decide that this guild house is number 1. Okay. And I do enter guild house. So at this point, the player should be in instance 1. Yes, and in fact you see that here is saying current instance, instance 1. Now with this other guy, I think this Philharmonic Orchestra will strike the copyright again, but let's see. Now with this other guy, we want to enter a guild house, and in this case, is not the same in guild house. It's the guild house ID number 2, right? I don't know why I cannot do it, but it doesn't change here. But and then I do enter guild house. But I still enter in instance 0. Wait a second. Is the problem that is not running a dedicated server? Play as listen server, play as client. I think they removed the dedicated server option. I mean, I can package it, but because it seems that the one play offline. If I do play offline, hello Sway. How are you? I'm working on guild houses today. I'm trying to figure out the instancing of the guild houses, which is something that we are missing since some time, and we need to figure out. So you see that when I'm in offline mode, it seems that I cannot change my instance. When I'm in listen server mode, it seems that only the client that is listen server is actually capable of switching the instances. And obviously in offline mode like now, there is no replication, so I see only one guy. I don't see the other guy. Two players client. Let me try two players client. Even if one listen server should be there, but maybe it's creating it automatically. Because they removed the run as dedicated server option. Run dedicated server, I don't know why. If I do play as client, both of them, it seems to be working better. Takes a bit to replicate, but that is not a problem. As you can see, it takes a bit before when I click. I mean, the addition is nearly instant. The removal takes a bit to replicate on the other side. Do you see that at the bottom of the screen now we have the song playing? Pretty cool, huh? As an addition for today. Okay. So seems that the best is simulate both as client. Okay. So let me try one thing now. So if this guy tries to step on top of the other guy, here it is. So the collision, now you cannot see it, but the collision is colliding somehow. It's colliding with the other guy here. A bit. I mean, not much, but a bit, yes. Like if I put this guy here and I try to walk, you see? I'm stuck in the other guy, even if I don't see it. So this was my fear, you know, that the collision maybe can be turned off. Maybe you can have a channel, collision channel for each instance, but there is one issue. How do you sync the Guildhouse membership between the instances? What do you mean by instance? You mean Unreal Engine instances? I mean servers? In our case, it will be one server. So the idea is to have one server with not real Unreal Engine instances, but a simulation of those instances. So there is a plugin called Significance Manager, which is actually able to, or I think is the net relevancy. I don't know. We have to check the code, but I think there is you can specify which object is relevant for a specific client. So basically what we are doing here when we switch the instance is that we are saying that that object is not anymore relevant for the other guy, and so is removed. So we are using the net relevancy and not the server instancing. The problem is that collision, as I was thinking, is not solved. Okay, let me try now. This seems to be the best setup. So let me try to enter the Guildhouse in instance number 3. And let me have this guy as well enter the same instance. So they should obviously see each other. Okay. So they see each other and everything is fine, and the collision is obviously there because they see each other. Now I don't know if I can exit as well. Yes, I can exit. When I exit, I go back to the instance 0. Perfect. It is already exactly how it should be. And you see that in fact I see both of them. Right? But now I want to do something different. I want this guy to go to instance number 2, and this guy to go in instance number 3. So 3 is still valid. So again, now they don't see each other, which is pretty good. but unfortunately, by the way, here there are already some objects, as you can see, like this object, which exist only in instance number 3. Now its collision is off, but this object exists only in instance number 2, and here in instance number 3 there is no blue box. But again, we have the same problem. So if I put this guy in the corner and I try to go in the corner, you see I cannot. So I think this works perfectly except collision. I think it's working very good, by the way. It's working exactly like we want it to be. But I would like to see, I mean, if this box has collision, I think we will hit the same problem. Let me try to go to instance number 1. Yes, you see this one is a red box here, but again there is no collision. So they are in the same space. If I could do a slash pause, I mean like a position, you know, they are exactly in the same space. They don't see each other and they see different objects. Now we can flag also this client as a game master, and we can say that the game master can see all the instances. So you see, which is a bad idea anyway. This we will never do. We will never do because we'll become a mess. I mean, this guy will see like 300 players, right? This is basically hiding him from everyone else. But I mean, these three settings I don't need. But anyway, is kind of funny to see that it works. You know, it's fun to see that it works properly. So actually, in this room there are actually 3 boxes. So that one is probably or in instance 0 or I think that this guy can also teleport. Yes, from one instance to the other. The purple box is in instance 0. This box is in instance 1. And this box is in instance 2. I think it works pretty well. I mean, it's pretty cool. The problem is the collision. Like I was expecting. Because the problem is that the server is keeping track, you know. Okay, so, but it is very, 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 very good. It's very, 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 very good. So, let me just do a quick screenshot. And I think I need a new paint. Scary music. Let me just copy this just to remember that that we have to test with these settings, okay? And then we need to play as play a standalone, play a standalone game. which is the one that is really simulating, you know, the server side fully. Okay. By the way, Rodrigo, we are streaming on Twitch and we are streaming on YouTube at the same time. So if you want, you can also watch on Twitch if you have, if you are more used to that platform. So I think that this thing is working. Now let's learn a bit how it works, okay? Because I want to see. I recommend to set to false net load on client. To false for actors that are part of the level. When you change the distant ID, they will not get destroyed on the other client. Player of different instances will still see them to fix this. Hello, Studio Soho. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. So here it is. You say important. Just for characters actor, don't block movement. You can walk through other players' NPC. Project setting, collision presets. Yes and no. I mean, the components of collision profile name. It is my profile. Did we set it? Project setting. Collision preset. Yeah, the problem I have is that, okay, for actors, fine, but if I go here, you know, and I put this thing, table item 2, edit table item 2. Edit table item 2. Set collision profile name. There it is. Item block. Here I did already some tests. You see that I think I did some changes here. Begin play. Set collision profile name. In collision profile name, item block, static mesh, data overlaps, item block. Now our character. Which kind of collision profile he has? No, but it's not here. He's actually on the geometry. The collision is here. Collision preset. The collision is here. Collision preset, character mesh. Are there layers for collision? Well, yes, you can define what you call here collision preset. So you can also define channels. So you can have a channel which is actually blocking certain collision, another channel which is not blocking it, and then you can associate a character to a specific channel. So, or we predefine like 100 channels, but you know, it's not the optimal solution. I just want to understand what I did here, because I did set collision profile name, item block. but do we have a collision profile name called item block? I see. Item block, collision enabled. Item block, collision enable, type war static. Collision enable query physics. Collision response. When traced by channel, this information will be used for filtering. Well, here I have pawn selected. As block. So why object type is none? Is war static? Why is saying no? War static. Not sure why it was saying none here. This can be a significant problem, huh? This can be a significant problem. Well, I can go through it. Sphere, sphere collision, collision preset, overlap all dynamic. No, let's do custom. Query only. Collision enabled. Query and physics. War dynamic. I mean, like this, it should. I'm not in play. What do you mean I'm not in play? This package is locked because you are in play on PC mode. Where do you see the play? I'm not running. This thing is not running. What the hell? Is there a U editor stuck somewhere? Maybe that didn't shut down properly. Maybe. No. Was this one? I don't know. I think you can get the collision profile name from the player instance set to the other player instance the profile name with no collision. Now, but here the problem is that, okay, I can disable collision on players, and that's fine. And it is already how the game works, so I think that when we port it to the game, it will be okay. The problem is the collision of the objects, because we cannot think, we cannot think to have no collision on objects inside a guild house. Collision on players, I think I can kind of fix it, but the only thing I was trying to do, I was trying to change this. It was not allowing me to save it. This asset failed to save. What the I don't understand the problem. There is some read-only stuff. I think this one is downloaded from Git. What is this thing? Table item. Is under instance system, blueprints, table item. It's not read-only. I don't understand why. I don't understand why it doesn't let me save it. Fail to save. Fail to save. Okay. Let me try my character. Fail to save. What the? Main level? Error saving. What the hell is going on in this directory? I mean, is the fact that he's under Git that is messing up with him, or what? I don't understand. The source file I can save. It's a bit of a mystery, eh? It's a bit of a mystery. Yeah, by the way, this repository I think is dead. This repository is dead, but apart from the repository is dead, why? I'm a bit surprised, boys. Let me create a copy of this. I mean, why one asset should fail to save like this? Never happened to me. Do. What is this? Probably this one doesn't have the information. Dragon Age 2. It's Dragon Age 2, but there is no information in the MP3, so we don't see it. Titi. The action cannot be completed because the file is open. DB lock. What the hell is going on in this directory? DB lock. Pretty sure it's a freaking Git. Instant test v15 server SQLite. But this is something that is created by Visual Studio. So is Visual Studio locking it? Is Visual Studio locking it? Yes. Was Visual Studio locking it? Also this one we don't have the Super Meat Boy. I need to change the... I need to edit the MP3 information so it shows what it is. Okay, so we call. I just wanted to, to copy it and to ensure that there was not something weird going on in this directory. Because the fact it cannot save files, kind of weird. Kind of weird, boys. Here you can save it. Here you can save it. So what? Why the other directory no? Why this one yeah? Because Visual Studio was open? But Visual Studio was open but was not running the game, was not in debug mode or anything, so... It's so weird. No, in this directory we cannot save. GG. In this directory, for whatever reason, we cannot save. I don't know if it's a compressed directory or if it's a crypted directory or if it's a whatever directory, but it seems to be so weird. But it's okay, we use the other one, it's no problem, but just a bit weird, That this one feels like something is still running on it, so it thinks like there is a but there is no Unreal Engine running there. I don't think so. Anyway, who cares? Well, there is actually a new editor here. Okay, let me try now. Maybe there was something that didn't shut down properly, or because it was like saying that the game was running, but it was not. Now I can save. Yeah, it was that EU editor, which was, by the way, not in the main processes, but was in a separate process. So probably when I started the game in or offline mode or as listen server, maybe the listen server was another process. That process didn't shut down. I mean, the other process didn't close, so that's why. Okay, fine. So it started to be a bit weird, you know. I cannot save assets. So so let's go back here. So what I wanted to do, I wanted to go in the geometry of this guy and saying I can just say block all and that's it. I can say block all war static, right? So if I do this and I played standalone 2 players, hello Toraro, hi, welcome. Okay. So now it's blocking me, as it should. The problem here is that if I enter another guild house, here we are in instance 1, if I enter instance 3, obviously I don't see the box, because it's correct that I don't see it. But I'm pretty sure that if I try to walk here, you see, it blocks me. Okay. So let's try to check. Okay, so we understand how it works. Huh? We understand how it works. I think it works perfectly, except for collision. But it works exactly like we want it. Exactly like we want it. The problem is collision. What is this epic music? No, that's so. I don't understand this comment. This comment is exactly what we are looking for, right? But basically, it's saying to disable collision, but it's not what I want to do. I want, you know, the collision to work in an instance. Okay, so I think we need to. So I think the keyword here is net relevant for. Okay, so this is the function that is basically telling the specific client if a series of actors are relevant for that client or not. Check to see if this actor is relevant for a specific network connection, right? So this is good for us. The problem is collision. We need to see if someone had any discussion on this. So, relevancy. A level can be huge, and anytime the player can only see a small fraction of the actor in the level. Most of the other actors in the level are not visible, not audible, blah blah blah, and the actor has never even more. Okay. I reapply the following rule, in determining the relevancy of the actor. The test implemented with the function is relevant for. If this actor is always relevant, is only by the opponent control the opponent, the owner is indicator some no. If the actor is net use owner relevancy, and as an owner, use the owner relevancy. If the actor is only relevant to owner and does not pass to the first check, it is not relevant. If the actor is attached to a skeleton of another actor, yes. Opponent play control override the net relevant for and have different condition for the result. Note that static actors, which remain on the client, can also be replicated. Which remain on the client. I'm thinking to something that maybe may work, but let me go on. This rule is designed to give a good approximation, blah blah blah. Of course, it's imperfect, the system can check. I really use load balancing technique to preserve blah blah blah. Each actor has a floating point blah 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 blah. Yeah, but it's not exactly what we need. I mean, it's a good discussion, but. Chiaka Dark. What is this? Super Meat Boy again. I need to change all this, all these files to say Super Meat Boy. Otherwise, we will not. You know, we will not see it. Well, I will do it. I will do it later. Okay. I will not do it now, or even maybe yes. No, I will not do it now. Okay. As soon as we see them, I can change them. I think this one is the boss with the chainsaw, because there is one that I did a million times, and I think it is this freaking music. Okay, okay, so this is not helping us. Now, what I was thinking is the following. Let me see if someone else solved it, otherwise we can start to think by ourselves. It seems that it's net relevant for... Component collision is not replicated. Okay, GG. Is net relevant for collision. By the way, this music is awesome. I hope we will not get copyright striked as well, because this one I want to keep. is insane. So it seems that the internet doesn't really have a solution. I am a senior programmer, currently developing a 4-player co-op combat action RPG. Good job, bro. Actor relevancy, owned by the client, visible or residually visible, flagged is always relevant, customizable or overriding. It's partially interesting. So the idea I was thinking, the thing I was thinking is the following. No? So if we have, I think that if Gion connects would be perfect because I think he can help me on that, but I don't think he's here now. But the idea is the following. And I think I can take the picture that we had already with the server and client. Guild houses, instance 1 and instance 2. Yeah, instance 1 I need. So what is happening at the moment in the example that we have just seen is that I have an object, right, which is on the wall, next to the wall, which is actually existing in instance 1, but is not existing in instance 2. The problem is that this object exists on the server. And the server is making it collide because it's checking collision server side for the stain. Now, if we could only for guild houses, okay, because otherwise if we do it for other stuff, I think it may be very exploitable. But if only for guild houses, we disable collision server side as a default, and we enable it only on the client, right, for the particular object, and we enable it only on the client that is receiving this, I think it will be fine. Because I tested already that collision can be only on the client. I think I did it some time ago, but I was kind of working actually. I think I did it. Client side only collision. So this guy was trying to have the collision handle completely client side. When the client passes a trigger, so loads the map, the objects start moving. for them at that time, completely independent from any other players, and completely independent from the object position. Yeah, exactly. This guy has a very good answer. They say, well, if you want all the client side, why you are replicating the mesh? Exactly. The mesh can be created only client side. So the way I think we should do it, you know, and again, it's just a test, but it's a test that can save us so much memory. Instead of duplicating all the instances, is that for the items that are included in a guild house, those items are not spawned server side at all. They are spawned only client side when the client enters that guild house, and their collision is set on the client side. I think if we do it like this, it will actually work. I'm deeply thinking. I'm deeply thinking, but I think the best would be to test it more than think. Marcellum is saying, suggestion, it says actor relevance. Could a guild house be an actor, maybe bounding box, and the player is relevant if there's in the same guild house? No, but that is working already. So in the example that I shown you, the fact that a specific player is entering in a guild house is working already. And the other player doesn't see him is working already. We are only having an issue with collision. But if we disable the collision on the players, that's a big advantage. If we assume, the problem is that this will not work then for dungeons, because for dungeons we will be fucked for dungeons. For dungeons, so can we redo this schema just with some legend that we understand what are these freaking boxes? Because the way I did it is annoying. I don't understand anything. Okay, so let's take a symbol. Maybe you can have a letter. Is simpler, no? You can have a letter for a player, or do you want to have a symbol? You can have a symbol. So let's say that this one is a player. Okay, it's a bit small. Meat Boy said music. What is this? Meat Boy said music. As when Meat Boy dies? Or what? It's so sad. It's so sad. It's so sad. It finished. It probably died. Oh no, I didn't finish. I'm changing all the freaking things. So let's say that this one is a player. Okay. Then we do the round one, for example, for an object like a table. Okay. So there is a object. But we need to have two things. We need to have the objects colliding and the object not colliding, because actually we have Yes. So object no collision by default. So the object no collision by default. Yes, let's say object no collision. And then we can say the square is the object with collision. Okay. So now my point is not shuffling at all. It's just playing the wall. It's just playing the wall Super Meat Boy thing. There is a song called Hell. So the point, what is the point? The point is that I have two guild houses, okay? Instance 1 and instance 2. I have a player, which is player 1, which is entering this guild house. And I have another player, which is player 2, which is entering this guild house. Now, they are actually in the same place, but they don't know. Okay, so these two guild houses are one on top of each other, geometrically wise. Can you tie collision with visibility of the map? Yeah, so no, my idea is to do it client side. Because I don't think you can. I don't think you can tie collision with visibility. So an object can be invisible, but you may still collide with it. And I think if we do it server side, it's a freaking mess. So, by the way, I just forgot to say something. The player by default for us is no collision. So players cannot collide with other players. Yes, in theory I should specify what. And then player no collision with other player. But actually he has collision with objects. There is the default, okay? So on this side, so on the server side, we will have one player here and we will have one player here in the same room, okay? Because actually this is the same room. This is the same room. It's just that this is seen as not relevant to whatever, okay? Now, if there is an object, the problem is this. If I create an object with no collision, for example, an object that has been dropped, I have no problem, I can create it also on the server side. So this object can exist. The problem is that how the hell do I not create it? No, because imagine that someone is dropping an object, okay? Imagine that this player in instance 1 is dropping an object on the ground. If he's dropping an object on the ground, even if he's no collision, another player in the same guild should see it. And so the easiest way is obviously that this object is actually dropped server side, and so it can be seen as well, right? That's obviously the easiest way. So if it's no collision, I think I can spawn it on the server and I can spawn it on the client. So for items that are dropped. Now the problem is when I want an item with collision. This is where the mess starts. Because if I want, fuck, it was not the same blue. Because if I want an object with collision and I do it here, or even worst, I do it here, this actor here will collide with it and will not even spawn. It will not even be able to spawn. So that's the problem, you know, that we have. Will not even be able to spawn because it will be in an impossible position. So if I want an object with collision, the only way is to spawn it with no collision on the server, and spawn it with collision only on the relevant clients. The question is if it's replicated. So the question is, if I spawn it on the server, no collision. Okay, let's assume there is the pink object. So I decide to spawn it on the server, no collision. Okay, so it's not colliding with my green guy. It's not colliding with the green guy, and I have it on the server side. Okay, so I know that object exists, and so I know that that object will have to be replicated if needed when a client connects. Okay, but on the client side, what I will have to do, I will have to spawn it with collision. So this will be the same purple object. The server side is no collision, and client side is collision, only for the clients that are relevant. So this means that now, if this player here tries to move, here he can move okay. It doesn't collide with this purple object. So I think this is the only solution. There is no other solution that I can think of. There is no other solution I can think of. So the problem is that we have some commands to make object collidable or not from Game Master. So what happens if an object gets spawned and then changes its collision settings? Well, in reality, we remove the collision. So let's imagine that this purple object is spawned by a player because he's placing some furniture in his guild house. Okay, so he's spawning a cabinet and he's placing it in the guild house, which happens every time, right? So he's spawning a cabinet because he bought it and he's putting it in the guild house. Now that cabinet by default should be what? Collision or no collision? I think it should be no collision, because if it's collision, in the moment that he drops it, it will fuck up the green guy, you know, the green guy will not be able to move. If he drops the cabinet here, so the point is that when we are dropping items into a guild house, we should by default disable the collision, and then enable it only on the client side. It's a bit of a mess, but I think it may work, you know? So I think it's a bit of a mess, but I think it may work. So for the player, it will be completely transparent, you know? So the player enters his guild house, drops an item, picks up the item, exits from the guild house, and it seems to him there is a separate space. But in reality it's not. Now the other issue that we have to solve, which is not an easy issue, because this is for collidable objects, and there is one thing, but there is more than that. There is more than that, because actually players make sounds. I don't know if an actor, I mean, when we spawn a sound, like for example a spell that is making a fire noise or whatever, I mean, this if the sound is associated to the actor, I think like a torch, I think is already fine, because the actor will not be relevant, the sound will not be relevant. So if the full actor, so if the sound is inside the torch, I think will not be a problem for these people. If the sound is generated like a targeted spell, then unfortunately we will have to check if we are in a guild house, then that sound will be spawned only on the client side. So what do we have? We have sounds, we have particles. So what we are saying is that we need to have some things that are instance based, and we said that instance based is collision, sounds, particles, and lights. Well, lights is an actor anyway, so I think that I mean, if we consider actors, I think particles, I think probably particles is inside actor as well. But also sounds, because at the end also a sound is an actor somehow. But anyway, here we have, you know, objects, particles, sounds. The other problem is perceptions, but we will not have NPC. If we start to have NPC inside guild houses, it's a mess. Because in theory, if we have inside one guild house an NPC, that is, let's say, the guardian of the guild house, which is standing at the entrance, and that NPC is reacting with a perception system to the people that are entering and saying like, hello, you know, hello, welcome to the guild house. Unfortunately, that NPC will exist server side, the perception system will run server side, and so it will also see the other people. We can do a check that the perception will not be triggered if it's not in the same instance. Okay, yes, I think that then we need to do this. So if the perception is not in the same instance, so if the perception is not in the same instance, we will not trigger it. So server side, it will see that someone entered, but client side, it will not make any action on that guy. So it's not very easy, this thing. I think for the actors with no collision, we don't care. Because the actors with no collision, we can still spawn both sides. And we don't give, like we say. Ah, but there is another problem. Fuck. Ah, no. No, it's okay. So I was thinking, if we have two objects with collision in the same spot in two guild houses, so two tables, there is a table here and there is a table down here as well, and both have collision, But again, we said that on the server side, we will spawn them without collision. So the server doesn't care, it will still be able to spawn it. So by default, when we are spawning an item, we have to check if we are in instance 0, which is the default instance not in guild houses, we spawn it with the standard collision system. If we are in instance greater than 0, we automatically spawn it with no collision, we replicate it, and then I think we need to have a rep notify, which is triggered on the client, which has in addition the information if that object should collide, and enable it only for this particular client. I think that is the solution. Now we need to do it. It is also Overwatch. Now we need to do it. We need to do it, boys! Are you ready? Are you ready? We need to do this somehow. Okay, can we test? I think we can do it in the sample project anyway, because I think it's easier than doing it in the real project. Even if I don't want to, you know, do too much here and then having to redo it, because by the way, it's 8:28. 1 second, I need to do something quick. The time is flying. Why the time is flying so quick? Why the time is flying so quick, huh? I'm just defrosting some food. You ready? You ready, Sway? Okay. So, I think that the main point is to detect the replication on the client side. Can be a rep notify, can be whatever you want, but we need to detect when our object so first thing we need to do, we need to enable the character to spawn an item. Do we want to do that, or we just use the items already placed? We can also use the items already placed, maybe. But the difference is that these items already exist in the level, but in reality, in the real server, we are creating the items. You know, we are loading the items. We are loading the items when the player enters the guild house. So let me check how this works, because I still need to understand it. But this is not really... There is no other code? So I guess it's all in blueprints, huh? So here we are inside a guild house and we are teleporting the guy outside, which is fine. Here, here we are outside. So there is doing nothing else than just creating the UI and then calling teleport. So there is just creating the UI for the teleport and then teleporting the player. Okay, so this is what it is doing. Now here we teleport inside. Now here we teleport inside a guild house. There is the pure teleport. And it is the fact that is inside the guild house. So basically just this line. So all the logic is one line, you know, it's one line. It's one line. It's one line. Okay. So basically, you know, the object, base actor is the item, let's say, you know, base actor is the item. And base character, I don't think is derived from base actor. No, it's not, okay. So base actor is an item. There is still Super Meat Boy, huh? There are a million songs of Super Meat Boy. All the bosses. So basically, the logic is super simple. The logic is I have an instance ID on the object. So the object knows where he is. The actor knows where he is. And then they are just comparing each other, you know, just comparing if they are on the same instance, then they see each other. If not, they don't see each other. And that's it. So as simple as that. As simple as that. As simple as that. Now, my problem is that, I mean, the problem is not the visibility. My problem is the replication. I did it just to change the text in the UI. Did it just to change the text in the UI. But what I need to catch is the replication of the actor. What I need to catch is when the actor gets replicated client side. I don't know how to So I need to trigger. Hello, Gian. I'm working on the guild houses, so it's a perfect time for you to join. I will summarize what I was thinking. Okay. So you joined only now, I guess, right? So I tested the example. The example works apart from collision. Okay. Obviously, if you disable, let me explain you quickly. I don't know if this graph is a good graph, but let me do a new one. So again, there is the server side, and these are the two client side. Oops. And these are the two client side, okay? So obviously, if I have an object here which is with collision off, then perfect, no problem. Okay, so it can stay here, and the actor that is in the other guild house can move freely. He will never collide with this. You will never see it. Perfect. Okay. My problem is when this object collides, and it's normal that collides, because we cannot have a guild house with furniture that you can walk through it all the time, you know, or tables that you cannot stand on top, or chair you cannot sit, or whatever. So there is a significant amount of objects which will need collision, right? So obviously, if this object has collision on the server side, this guy will not be able to move. And we tested it; it works already this way. Okay, so I added to the table item the collision, and if I play it, the character is just it doesn't see the item, but is stopped by it. Right? I can show you if you want, but is stopped by this thing. Because client side he doesn't have, but server side he has, and the server wins. Okay, and the server wins. I can even go with one player only. I think it's the same, but I think now we have two. So this guy goes in. He joins the guild house 4, which has no items, I think, because the items are on 0, 1, and 3, which is 1 and 2. Then he goes here, he tries to walk. It's interesting though that he's not colliding here. Why is not colliding here? Because I changed it only in one item? Ah, yes. Or no. What the fuck? So on this one is colliding. You see, it cannot go through. I see. But why is not colliding with this one? Why is not colliding with this one and not with this one? Because they exist. It's because I enabled no, table item. Table item is block all. How may it work? I'm shocked. I'm shocked. How is it possible that these two are not colliding for him? Only this one is colliding. They are identical in theory. They are all instances of collision. Update overlaps, unless there is you know, a specific setting on this actor. But I don't think so. All three of them are using the same blueprint, and this blueprint has this sphere that I added, which is block all. You know, but anyway, so I don't. But this is weird because it means that it may work also without doing what I was doing. So basically the solution to that, at least in my point of view, but I think you are saying the same, so I think is that this item server side will not collide by default, and we will have this item collide only on the client side. So it will be collision only on the client that for which is relevant for, right? So the client will collide only there. So now what I was looking, and I think you are saying the same, no? So you're saying basic collision on the server and block on the client, right? So if that's true, what I need to do, the problem is that I need to catch when this object is replicated from the server to the client, because when it's replicated I have to disable the collision. So I was searching where is the event, or which one is the event that I can override for the object replication. So is there an override here that I can use? I'm still shocked that these two are not colliding. I have no idea. We have to figure out why, because I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand why this one is blocking me. It's evidently blocking me. I can even stand on it probably. This one is blocking me. I cannot go forward. And this one is not. And this one is... Ah, wait, because I'm on the wrong wall. Fuck it. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong wall. The door is there. So I was looking at this wall. But yes, it works for all three. Okay. It works for all three. My bad. It works for all... I mean, it doesn't work for all three. So it's blocking... All three are blocking him. Okay, perfect. So the point is, when is replicated, I will have to disable the collision only for the particular client. So or I have a kind of a attribute that is replication, and then I do on rep notify of that attribute, and I disable collision. But I would like to avoid the object to even arrive on the client, you know, before I do the change. Otherwise, maybe it may appear, block stuff, and then I disable it. So I want it to arrive already, or to appear already with collision off. So how do I interject? How do I interject replication? Right. So I think that's the question. I mean, we could do it on tick, but on tick, I mean, if we do it on tick, for sure we will catch it, because we can check. But do it on tick is suicide. On tick it will work for sure, right? And on rep notify, if the object arrives and then my rep notify arrives later, dom 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 dom. La 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 la. Insane song. Insane song. So you think I cannot catch the moment where it's replicated to the client? You think it's not possible, and but I would like. I mean, there is for sure a method that is getting called on the client side and is initializing the object. I mean, on the begin play. On the begin play. You mean on the begin play client side? So that like on my client, but I think begin play is not a bad idea anyway. Actually, there is already this thing. This thing was something that you did, or is something that I did? I don't remember. Is this something that you added? Or I added to do the test on the item block? I don't remember. But basically, you know, what is it? Is dedicated server? No. No. So we can get the object name. Why get object name is not get name? Get my name. What do you mean? Why I need to add self here? Something is not. We have again the Unreal server running in the background. We have the same error we had before. That it remains pending. No? Cannot save anymore. Come on! What is this music, man? Dark Soul 3. The fact I cannot save this again is making me. When I launch the level, let me lower the music. When I launch the level in play mode standalone with 2 players. Sometimes it seems that there is a kind of a Unreal thing still running in the background, which is blocking as this one. Yes, exactly, which is blocking the save of the items. I don't know why. But okay, so the point is, if I print this, right? So this should be printed when the object is actually replicated, and only when it's replicated, because it's the begin play on the client side. I upgraded the project, yes. I upgraded it, yes, because it was not. There were some small things on compilation, but I fixed them. Very small things, anyway. It was basically working. I'm on client table item 1, you see? So this is when the item gets. And now I'm colliding with it, right? I think begin play is okay, no? Why begin play? No, begin play I think is a good idea. Is the earliest we can catch it. So I think it's fine. So collision, set collision profile. I don't know if I want a collision profile. At the moment I can just disable all and fuck it. No? Set collision. I can do set collision enabled false, no collision. Yeah, let's do this 1 second and see. And see what happens, okay? Ah no, the opposite. The opposite. So I will disable it server side, exactly the opposite. So I will make it. I know this song. StarCraft. Blah, 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 blah. We will make it by default no collision. So at this point it is not colliding with anything. Holy fucking moly. Okay, in this case is right. You see the Unreal process remains there, is not closed. It's not this one. Ah yes, it's this second one. It's this small one, 224. It's that one. If I do retry now, it's saving it. Okay, so by default is without collision, right? And when we enter our thing here, we say block all, physics, collision enable query and physics, which I guess it will take no, I need to change the preset, I guess. No, I need to change the collision preset or whatever it's called. It has to be a profile name, huh? Don't do it, no collision, it will fail. Don't do standalone, but use in editor better. What do you mean, don't do standalone, but use in editor? I need to set collision response to all channels. block. I mean, this thing should block. Now, I'm doing it very simply now, but then we will refine it. But it's just to say, I'm asking him to block everything, okay? But this is done only on the client side. Okay. Make the preset that blocks the pawn and other ignore pawn collision. So you mean only on the pawn channel? Yeah, I can do that. For now, I'm just testing it a bit brutally like this with the full thing, but. So that thing should block me in theory. It doesn't. Table item 1. Set collision response to all channels is not working. But I set it on the mesh. No, I have to do it on the sphere. Why on the mesh? No, on the sphere I think is where we had the thing. Because I don't know why, but the idea was that we have a collision, capsule or something. Yeah, I realize now. That is the capsule. This thing that is stopping. Sometimes I don't even see the process. Like here now there is no Unreal Engine anymore. How is possible? Windows processes. The details tab. I'm in the list like this. Okay, I can also use that. But sometimes it's like now it's showing. You see, now you have like three U editor. Sometimes it's not. I mean, it's completely. I mean, it's not to understand why. So this thing, okay, this thing blocks. Wow. I mean, it kind of blocks me, but but then I can go through it. Fuck. Why is doing this? It's like if the server is kind of taking over anyway. You have to disable correction. Like, because it seems that, you know, this thing is moving in anyway. What is correction? Character movement checkbox in your client movement correction. Okay. In character movement. If true, we should ignore server location difference checks for client error on this movement component. This can be useful when the character is moving at extreme speed. And you need to look at the smooth on the client without the server correcting the client. Can we enable it only when this guy is in the guild house? Okay, I will try, but I think it would be interesting if we can enable it only. If we can enable it only when because this means that maybe other stuff will break, huh? You think other stuff will break then? Like ALS or... starting to have a bad feeling about this. Yeah, I can use it only there. I can enable and disable it. The only issue that the car... Wow! They are colliding. I made the other guy jump like kilometers. It's kind of doing the same. It's kind of doing the same. My character is my character, right? So it's this guy, yeah? Yeah, it's this guy. Character movement. Let me see if there is something else. Server accepts client authority position. Let's try to select this one as well. It's a bit risky. It's a bit risky, but meaning that while you are in a guild house, you can cheat. Which one of the two? This one. There are two checks, one for positioning and the other that is saying that the server is considering the client position as the right position. So it's not trying to take over. It's not trying to take over. Does the movement look different? No, probably not. I don't know. Fuck. I don't know if it's something else or. See, like if I jump on top, then it doesn't allow me to stay. It's also true there is a sphere, so maybe at the moment it's a sphere, so maybe it just jumps on the side. But anyway, it should not allow me to go inside. While if I push, I go in. Well, if I push, am I pushed on the other side or am I pushed inside? I think I'm pushed inside. I think here I'm inside. Now the problem is that okay, it's a sphere, so you jump on it. But if I push horizontally like I did now, so I was in front of it, and I pushed. So I was standing in front, and I just pushed to the wall, and I found myself inside with the face on the wall. So it went through. Anyway, it went through the sphere. It went through the sphere. This guy re-answered himself, saying that he ended up making a new collision channel and enable disable collision on the pawn. Now, the problem is that I cannot do it on the pawn. I mean, if I disable collision on the pawn will fall down. Right? So I cannot disable the collision on the pawn, or the pawn will just fall through the floor. You have it working on other project, just doing something wrong? Okay. Well, that's encouraging. That's encouraging. I don't know, maybe these two settings are not the greatest, What I do, I take the sphere. So you're saying make a profile. Okay, I can make a profile. I can make a new collision profile. Which, by the way, we have already. It was called item block. So I think we can reuse this one, right? It was this one. So we can reuse this one. So item block is collision enabled, query and physics. The object is a word static, which I think is okay. And all the channels are block. I think it should be good, no? So in theory, we can also do that. So instead of this, we can do take the sphere. Set collision profile by name, and we use the item block. Item block. I think the original idea was already that of the item block now. I can only run with one client only, by the way. There's no need for me to run with two clients. This music feels like Diablo. Okay. Boop. I'm kind of in a weird spot here, like, but I think the reason is that the camera is trying to stick inside the box, and so the camera is like bound to the upper part of the box, you know. I think that is the problem, but definitely I can push through it. I can definitely push through it. I mean, it's resisting a bit. Like if I just push little like this, I'm not going through. If I just do this, it stops. But if I push more, it goes in. I can try a box instead of a sphere if this makes us feel better. But this time I will kill it before it gives me a... So... Okay. I mean, it's pretty much. I mean, it's not identical, but it's pretty much, okay? So now I just need to change. Yeah, I know. Make sure is ignore camera. What is this ignore camera? I mean, ignore camera collision. Goes through anyway. The difference is that now when I jump on it, when it was the sphere, I was going to the right or to the left. Now when I jump on it, I stay for a second and then I go directly below. So I go under it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but it's not blocking anything. Is it not blocking it? So it seems that the server is still winning. The server is still winning. Big time. Not just a bit. Big time. What was the name of the thing? Was correction? Oh, it was on the movement. Maybe there is also on the capsule. No. There is also inside character movement. There is only inside character movement, which is ignore client movement error. Checks. Server accepts authoritative position. If true, the server does not detect client position error. Server will copy the client movement location velocity after simulating the move. This can be used for short bursts of movement that are difficult to sync over the network. Note: if the ignore client movement error check as correction is used, this means the server will not detect the error. By the way, I don't see any difference between, if I remove this, let me see, if I remove it, I just want to see if there is a slightly different behavior or is exactly identical, so like it's not doing anything. Feels exactly identical, so I think that setting is either not set or not getting considered, because it feels identical with or without. So it feels like that thing is ignored. I don't know if maybe, I mean, I'm running in standalone game. I don't know if the standalone game or simulate or viewport, I don't know if there is any difference, you know, between the different modes, but it feels identical. Hmm. Torototom tom tom torum. Tom 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 tom. Now, if I'm not in player mode, I cannot even set the guild house, I guess, because it's not. Players listen server. I mean, now anyway we are simulating it, so I don't know if at the end, when we will work with a dedicated server, maybe it will work for real, but in theory the simulation should be identical, no? No. The only thing, I cannot do anything like this. I can only do it when I do play as client. If I do play as client, it works. If not, it doesn't work. Is there another option to do it? The problem is the client only collision. I'm just searching if there is anything that makes my, gives me an idea or something what it may be wrong. If there is any new setting, no collision query, only query physics, collision enable, object area. Is my character blocking that channel? I mean, this thing is set to item block channel, no? We said collision preset. So we are setting the box to have this collision profile, which is saying I am a world static and I block everything, right? But is my player compatible with this? By the way, I don't know if the player is doing it on the capsule. So the actual player is query only, so it's no physics, no block. The capsule is custom, is collision enable query and physics. I don't know why it's set as world static, but shouldn't be set as spawn. It should block world static. So it's kind of compatible with the other guy, no? With the item, because the item is, it says I am a war static. I don't know if this would make any difference. What are you saying? Make sure it's just collision not set up well, I'm sure. Okay, it should work. No, capture respawn. What do you mean capture respawn? I mean, you mean what I just changed? Or something else? Like, it's going in like a boss. It's like... It's going in like easy, you know? It's going in like easy. Yeah, capsule I put it on pawn. Ignore error. Ignore error. Where is ignore error? I mean the one on the movement. The one on the movement, yes. The one that or we no, we disabled it. Wait, we disabled it. We disabled it. Correction. We disabled it. Because I was testing the other thing. Let me enable both, and then we will try only with one. No, was disabled at the moment. 200k is this one. Was disabled because I disabled just 1 second ago, so all the other testing was enabled, but I was just trying to get the feeling when I was moving the character, if that setting was actually doing something or not. So just by pressing on the keyboard and seeing if it was giving me any different feelings, but it seems not. Oh, I entered so easy into this. I entered so easy. I can make another channel. I mean, we can make we can add a new channel and split it, you know. I don't remember how you do it, but I think you just do it by here somewhere. Collision, trace channels. We can create a new trace channel we call item block, and the fourth response is ignore. And then when we go item block, we say item block block. So we have a channel that is actually blocking item block. Trace type item block. What is this collision response? What is this line? This line is probably the... If I click here, all of them go there. So item block. So we created a new channel which is called item block. By the way, I think I misspelled it slightly because the L is uppercase. Okay. So now is correct. Now is item block correctly set. Okay. So if we do this, then my character let's do the test slowly, okay? So let's say that the capsule blocks item block. So now it blocks it no matter what. Now it blocks it no matter what. So now it will block it, but we know that we know why, right? But it's just to, and now what we are doing, when the item gets replicated, Let's do nothing for now. Let's do nothing. I just want to see that if I block the channel, my character is actually blocked by that thing. Okay. Don't do the other one. Okay, I will try to remove it. I will try with the other one removed. Apply change, enter guild house. So now this should block. Doesn't block. Now it doesn't block me at all. Like there is not even trying. Why that? Probably because my item at the moment has no blocking at all. Yeah, so no, it's block all actually. It's block all, but item block by default is off. So I think I need to do custom, and I need to block this thing specifically. I think I need to block that thing specifically. Object type. Save. This thing that I have to stop it from here is so annoying. I don't know why it happens, but maybe a bug or something, because it's weird that it does that. It's like it's not stopping the server side. It's like it's not stopping the server side. By the way, boys, thanks to the fact that you were connected also to Twitch, we made it to affiliate yesterday. So I received the affiliate invitation. So the objective is reached. Why doesn't block? I think probably the trace channel is used only for the query then. Yeah, I think it's used only for the query. Gian, do you remember if the trace channels are used only for query? And the collision is going on object type. So I cannot decide to block on a trace. Yeah, exactly. Object channel for object collision, and trace is only line traces. Like if I do a sphere trace, a line trace, a single trace, those things, right? So this thing is actually not making any difference at the moment. Yeah. Okay. So I confused the two. I was not remembering that. But yes, this one is used only for querying. Okay, let's try to do only one of the two, which was your question. So if we could only do one of the two, and maybe I can review a bit all the settings, but in theory they are correct. And actually, I can tell you, with the keyboard, I feel that I'm blocked for a second, you know. I'm blocked just a little. I'm blocked. So the character stops, but then it goes through. So just a second, I'm getting confused now. So I go item, so everything is blocked. So this item block profile says, hey, I am a war static and I block everything. Okay, that is what it's saying. So by default, okay, let me do 1 second block all, okay, just to be, because now it's not blocking shit since 1 hour. I'm getting annoyed. So if I do block all, if I do block all, okay, which includes pawn, okay, because my capsule is set as pawn, now it must block, right? I mean, now there should be no reason why it's not blocking. Okay. Oh, now it's blocking. I go on top, I stay on top. Because now it's blocking server side and the client side. So everything matches, you know, so he likes it because everything matches. He likes it because everything matches. One day I will terminate the editor, I'm sure. Now, if I say default, no collision, now this guy will not collide anymore. But I go in my blueprint, and on begin play, when I'm on the client, I'm saying set on the box. Is there a kind of a refresh collision? I don't know if there is a freaking refresh, I don't know, recalculate collision something. I mean that he has to, or I have to enable it, collision enable. If I do collision enabled after this, collision enable, query and physics. Item block, update overlays, overlaps, collision enable. Doesn't like it. I don't know, it seems there is something that is not refreshing this, or it doesn't like it in the begin play. I don't know, maybe you already constructed the object, cannot change the collision at runtime. Create object channel, create object channel. Okay, we can. I don't know if the collision is pre-calculated or can be changed at runtime. I don't know. I go through. I stop for a second because you see my character stays there for a second, and then if I push, I enter. If I push, I enter. It's like if I stay up to a certain level, it blocks me, but as soon as I push more, let me see if I can do it with a jump. Hey, you see, it's like staying on top for a second, but like the jump, if I jump just in front of it, so it's actually trying to stop me, but then the server wins. I don't know, boys. I don't know. You said to create the channel. Object channel, not trace channel. Yes. Interactives. What is interactives? Overlap. If we create a new object channel, this is interesting anyway. So that I learn it. So we can actually create both. Item guild block. Now default is ignore. Item guild. So the default will be ignore. And then in our preset here, we say that when you are in this preset, you actually block it. When you are in this preset, but the only thing I'm thinking, shouldn't be also my character, you know, in that freaking situation with the block. I mean my capsule, shouldn't my capsule also be blocking, right? Yes, it should be blocking by default. And if he's on one side but off on the other side, it goes through, right? So he has to be enabled both sides to actually work. Let me also try to disable the second one that you didn't want to have the second one. You didn't want to have the second one. I know it's under movement. Okay, I removed the second one. So now, don't remember in which situation I am, but I added the object channel. The object channel, I don't know, I didn't change the blueprint. Wait. Or I did. Yeah, I did. So it goes into item block and it says collision on it. Okay. So it should be fine. It goes through. You know what we can do? We can enable collision. Hey, actually, I don't know if you can see it, but actually it's there. You know, the border, I mean, the border is not perfectly aligned, but anyway, the border is here. So, you see, I see the border, I'm inside the square. I am inside the square. I don't know. The problem is that if we enable it server side, we are fucked. Because if we enable it server side, we will not be able to do this. Should we park this problem and work on something else? I don't know. But it seems it's a pity because we need this. But so it seems that client only. I would like to have one example. I mean, someone that says, you know, yes, client only collision works. I would like to have someone. This is my air cutter. I would like to have someone that says I enabled client only collision and it works. I mean, you said that. Yes, I do. Yeah. I said that, and then I watched the chat, and you said I do. So you do. You do. But is it with the pawn? I mean, is it with the character, or is between? Is between I don't know, static objects. I don't know. Maybe it's a projectile. Maybe a projectile versus something else. Maybe it's working. I want a client only to be a keyword here. I want client only to be the main keyword here. I want client only to be the keyword of this freaking search. It must contain client only written that way. It works with anything? Yeah, in theory it should. I don't know if there is something else in this example. You know, maybe there is some other settings in begin play. I mean, if there is something that is happening, you know, that we did and we don't remember. Maybe we did, I don't know, begin play on the character, begin play on the controller, where we disabled some stuff or enabled this. Like, what is this thing, for example? Current click trace channel, interactive. What is this? Enable click events, click mouse intervents. This is probably to click on the UI. So I don't know if maybe there is something that, you know, that is left over. Maybe it's just left over somewhere that is messing up. I can search collision in the wall project and see if by any chance. For example, there is this thing. I know, Chaos Tiger. That is in the basic Real Engine stuff. So we have collision enable here. We have collision enable here, which by the way is not even used. Profile name. Collision is not in other places. Trying a new project, yeah. But I need a project with. Yeah, I can try a new project. I can try a new project and see. I can try a new project, but I think I need to eat, boys. It's 10 p.m. I didn't do dinner yet, so we are, you know, trying stuff, breaking stuff. But at the end, I also need to eat, which, by the way, seems to be the highest peak of viewer counts when I eat. I don't know why, but. When I eat, I mean, like our viewership is skyrocketing. So yesterday we had a peak of 16 people. When I had on screen the salmon thing. Why? Why? So we will do the same tonight and see if it happens again. Okay? Because maybe people are watching at the, I don't know, the preview. And are saying, what the fuck has this to do with Unreal, you know? What the fuck does this to do with Unreal? Okay, so tonight we are gonna eat skewers, which in Italian are called spiedini.
Spiedini.
Exactly. And in English, skewers.
Skewers.
Oh, okay, I'm not saying it exactly like she says, but you get the point. Let me see if there is one which is similar to the one that I'm eating. Yeah. The difference is that I'm eating one big instead of many small, but I would say it's pretty similar to this. It's very similar to this. Skewer, let's say beef, skewer, and French fries. Close. Not. No. Okay, this one is relatively close. Apart from the fact that it's this one also is relatively close. We will use this one. The problem is that I'm defreezing it, but I think the time to defreeze is always so high. It's a bit small, but I think it may do it. So at the moment we are checking the defrosting and seeing if it's actually doing right or not. Checking defrost of this, of skewers. Okay, we are checking. I think that the image is too small, because if I had a bigger image, I think we can have the same effect of yesterday. That thing is so hilarious. It's so hilarious. No, I cannot find it, so we will use that one. Fuck it. I can make it bigger. If I make it bigger, no, I can do this. I have a solution for all of this. I have a solution, because Paint sucks at increasing pictures, but The browser is good. Ah, now much better. So sorry, the category Unreal Engine at the moment is a bit broken, but checking defrosting. Is defrosting even an English word or no? Let me see. I think it should be fine, but this thing takes forever. I know it takes forever. It takes forever. But I put it like 2 hours ago. So. Yes, it's fine. It's a win. It's perfect. You know what? We should cross. Okay, so I decided to defrost 5 minutes more. 5 minutes more needed for defrosting, and then we will cook it. Okay, 5 minutes more needed, but meanwhile we can work on stuff. ASMR, you are into that thing? I don't know. I feel it's so weird. Also, the ASMR is usually very nice girls, you know, doing that. Not me. But maybe with the right 3D character, maybe it would be possible. Okay, you want to try it in a new project? No problem. I can try it in the. I can try it. Third person ALS? No, third person ALS is too complex. Third person role. Third person role AI. I don't know what is this. But I think it's a generic project where I had the AI to roll. I think it has nothing to do with the trace channel, with the collision channels or what. So I think it should be fine. This was when I was testing. When I was testing the AI movement. Like if I press something, I think it moves. Yeah, exactly, you see. If I press G, it goes there. If I press G, it goes there. I don't know. I was testing the movement of this guy. Okay, we can use this block as our test. Okay. So. Or we can make a new block, I don't know, a new object. So this cube is a cube mesh. Now we need an actor. We can make an actor. Test. Here it is. What is this test? Test is already pretty good. Test the 2, test the 3. We have these tests which are already actors. I don't remember why, but let me just check if their blueprint is clean. Yes. Their blueprint is clean. So I think we can use this. So what do we want to do? What is this music, by the way? Vort of the Boreal Valley. It's still Dark Souls. It's still Dark Souls 3. I have to change all the ones that don't have the tag, or I can just put the file name maybe. So what do we want to do? It defrosted, but it's okay. What do we want to do? Do we want to create a trace channel or not? Do we want, I mean, an object collision channel, or we just want to say the test is a static mesh? Yes, and then test is a collision box, and the collision box is by default. Let me just put it as big as the object, which could be a good idea. Okay, even a bit more so we see it, okay? So we will, so when we enable collision we see it. So it's slightly more than the cube, okay? And we say that this box, by default, doesn't collide with anything. So we would say collision preset, overlap all dynamic, or no collision, whatever we said, overlap all. Or we said custom we say no collision. Okay, we say no collision. Then we create a profile like we did on the other side, which I think is the cleanest way to do it. So we create a new profile. under collision, a new preset, and we add the new preset and we call it item block. This one will be collision enabled, will be war static, need description, okay, who cares? And then we will say that this one is blocking everything, right? It's blocking everything. It is called item block. Then, as soon as this guy is created, so in his begin play, we will check if we are on a dedicated server or not, and we will branch, and if it's true, we will say I'm on server, which we should never see it here. And if is false, we will say I'm on client. And then we take our box and we set the collision profile by name, and we call it item block, which is the same that we have there, right? And that's it. No, we don't have to do anything else. No. Then I launch it as client with one player, and I do standalone game. Drum roll, boys. Okay, so now my block is in front of me. It's actually blocking me very good. Let me disconnect this. Fuck. It's actually blocking me pretty good. But it blocks me anyway, so it blocks me anyway, so why it blocks me anyway? Maybe because the static mesh is blocking me. Yes, the static mesh was blocking me. So the static mesh should be no collision. Otherwise is not. So so now I disabled it, so it should not block me, because I didn't. I mean, I removed it from the blueprint, so now we should not just test that it's not blocking me. Okay, it's not blocking me. So up to here is correct. Now I set in this the item block profile for the box. Maybe we discover is a bug in 425.3, yeah? Or in 425.2? Yeah, 425.2. Hey, it's doing the same. It's blocking me, but then I go through it. Okay, let's try to enable that option. Let's try to enable that option, which is in the player movement component, we said. Ignore client movement error checks. Okay. I go through. I mean, it stopped me for a second and then I go through. I don't know, maybe a bug of 425.2, I don't know, but it's not working. It's not working. The server is winning, so the position of the character on the server side is winning. Like now I'm inside a box. Exactly inside. And the camera went crazy. So Gian, I don't know how you tested it, but it's not working. This is the simplest case ever, so it's like done in a third person, nearly clean third person. I mean, he has some code, but it's just for movement of NPC, just as this kind of stuff, you know, to move to a location. They just do move to a location, and they roll. And they roll, so it's not working. It's not working. Okay, the frosting is good. Now we are in the phase cooking, okay? Now we're in the cooking phase. So about 20 minutes, 200 degrees, okay? 20 minutes, about, let's say 180 degrees, okay? I mean, it's a bit less than 80 to 20. I think it's like, yeah, but it's like 18, 20 minutes, okay? But anyway, it's cooking. I don't have to stay there, so I can stay here. I downloaded. Wait a second, because there is a guided answer to another question that I posted. My ALS CPP. When I downloaded it, I have no idea. Okay, so what do you say? I asked them one at a time. I test my project, and it's working. What version are you using on your project? What version are you using? What Unreal Engine version are you using? What is the client? Ignore client movement. There are a million issues open, which I don't know if they are related or not, but I mean, maybe it's a problem of this release. Huh? It happens. Huh? It happens that they add bugs. So. No, exactly that option is not found. Ignore client movement error checks. If true, we should ignore server location difference checks for client error on this movement component. This can be used when curve is moving at extreme speed. Let me try to do the opposite, so to enable only the second one. Arr, 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 arr. Arr, 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 arr. Rawr. Rawr. Maybe a bug of this release. If it's working for you on 4.24.3, maybe a bug of this release, because at the moment this example is the simplest example we can create. You see, and it goes through. It stops a bit. I mean, it kind of works, but I have to say that setting seems to be ignored. You know, this setting seems to be ignored because the feeling that I get when moving, when it's on or when it's off, is identical. If it's on or off, I don't get any freaking difference in response. It's like maybe there is something else that now you don't remember and I don't know. There has to be enabled on top of that to make it actually work. It's exactly the same feeling, identical. So or that check is ignored completely, or there is something else to enable, because it's the same feeling. I can finish into the box if I want, or I can try. Yeah, I was in the box for a second. So yeah, now in the box. So he's making zero difference. Zero difference. I don't know if it's the fact that he's running inside the editor. I don't know, and he's making it different because he's inside the editor. But I would say that at the moment, my assessment is that this check is not doing anything. B, ignore client movement, error checks, and correction. This is the Boolean variable. B, ignore client movement, error checks. Oh my god, the name. B, ignore error checks. B, ignore client movement, error checks. Ignore client movement, error checks, and correction. So there is the name of the thing. Here it doesn't find it, but we can search it just randomly like this. Migration guide. Patch 423. No. I don't know, maybe it's not working. The internet is not very knowledgeable about that. I mean, I can search it in the source code and see where the hell it is and see if it's doing something or not. I don't know. I'm a bit out of ideas on this one, so if we cannot have client side only or always search an example, the best will be to have a simple example and test it again on 425. Like if I find on the internet, someone that is a client only collision example, client real engine client only collision example, but it must be something that works and we can download, and then test it on 2017. Maybe there is just something simple that missing, and simple versus complex collision. I mean, it's a box, so simple versus complex will make no difference. A bit lost. I'm actually a bit lost. He's still searching. Maybe they removed it. No, I think it's the if I typed it right, which I'm not 100% sure, but if I typed correctly the thing, B ignore client movement error checks and correction. B ignore client movement error checks and corrections. Yeah, seems to be right. Even if my Visual Studio finding things in project takes forever. What was easier if I do it with Notepad++. If I do Notepad++ search in files, it's taking a fraction of the time. Yeah, maybe there was something else. I don't know. There was something else that you checked. Maybe there was something else. But it's okay. We can park this problem for now and not doing it. I don't know. I think because the other option, you know, the other option that we have. Let me see if we have other options. The other option will be to actually limit the number of total guild houses possible. So I don't know, to 10 or to 50. And to actually place 50 duplicated geometries of the guild house, waiting for that to be used, you know, in different coordinates. And then just increment, you know, if you put it in a way that they are like next to each other, or anyway, like multiples of a certain value, then we can say, okay, this is guild house number 2, then you go to coordinates 3000, whatever, number 3, 4000, number 5, 6000, you know. And I need to duplicate it if this system doesn't work. So I'm thinking, what is the plan B, you know? What is the plan B if the collision doesn't work? If the collision doesn't work, we need to duplicate. We need to duplicate the geometry and have a real physical place, you know. Yeah, okay, it can be geometry instance, but at the end, I think it will still, you know, be there. So it will be, yeah, it can be instances of the same object for sure. But the problem is that we have like 6 or 7 types of guild houses, which are not even much, but we already have 6 or 7. So we will have to do like 6 or 7 multiplied by, I don't know, 20. Maybe not 50. 50 seems too much, you know. We can even do 10 at the beginning. So do 10 or 15, maybe 15, 10, 10, you know, and then allocate those guild houses as needed. That would be the simplest, okay? It would be the simplest. The problem is not scalable. It's not scalable because as soon as another guild comes up, I will have to update the map. You know, I will have to physically go open the world file, go here, open the world file, duplicate the thing, ship a new version to the people. I mean, it's a mess. It's a shit. Or I can create, I can create the geometry dynamically. Maybe I could even try to create the geometry dynamically. To clone, like if I can have a. an actor, can be one actor which contains a full guild. Can be an actor that contains a full guild, and I just clone the actor, you know. That's also a possibility. I just instantiate the actor with all world study. I just need to have the physical space somewhere that is free, you know. That can also be an option. I think the thing is cooked. I think this thing is checking cooking. Checking cooking. 20 minutes went through, eh? So easy. So easy. Perfect. Perfect. Cooking is good. Cooking is good. So now next phase is eating. Next phase is eating. I think I can do it from there. I think wait. I think I can. I think I can eat here. Should be a fairly easy process. Even if skewers start to be a bit dangerous, but this table is a very big table, so should be okay. So what is the other option? So the other option is to make it. I don't know. I was really liking this idea of network relevancy and. I was really liking the idea. And it seems to be a good idea as well. No, I want to make it smaller. Um, so what is the? I see. Want to keep a bit of Unreal Engine on top. Yeah. So the other idea is that every guild house is an actor. I don't know if that will mess up with lighting. Like that, we need to make. But no, because they are static meshes. An actor can have static meshes inside, no? So it will be an actor with static meshes, which is basically the guild. And then when the server starts, no, but not even when the server starts. When someone enters a guild, no? I mean, imagine that we have a guild that is never used. I mean, makes no sense to load it in memory all the time, no? I mean, the most annoying part that I was scared about was the fact that I had to duplicate the geometry kind of manually, and I had to ship a new client version. But actually, if we create it on the fly, so we can say that you can make a new actor, you know, which is a full guild house. I can do it in the wait. I can do it in this project. I can do it in this project. So we could have the whole thing, right? Guild house, I don't know, type 1. Okay, so this is the guild house type 1. Now inside guild house type 1, I mean, to me, it's no problem. I can add any. I think there is no limit. No, I can add any number of what are these pieces, by the way? These pieces are all of this. Groups, group, unlock, transform. I remember I read that there was a way in the 425 updates. I read there was a way to transform a series of objects into an actor. Which is exactly what I need to do. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I remember there was a. I remember I read. There was an option for that. Level streaming allows us to do that dynamically. I mean, we are using war composition, which is using levels with streaming levels. Ah, you mean client side? Yeah, client side, sure. No, I'm thinking server side. I mean, server side, there is no need to keep, 50 instances. 50 instances loaded when there is no player into it. Because anyway, there will be no NPC. So, I mean, it's not a part of the world that has to move or that it has to evolve by itself. It's a part of the world that basically stands still. I'm seriously thinking that if you put everything into an actor, I think it's good enough. Load it when you need it, but the server is loading all the levels anyway. No? The server is loading all the levels in any case. Or maybe there is a setting to tell him no, but at the moment, when our server starts, it loads everything. We can now convert multiple actors into a single blueprint asset with child act. They have to be actors already. It is the one I was remembering. But anyway, I think we can do it this way. What is the advantage or disadvantage of doing one or the other? What is the advantage or the disadvantage of doing? Ah, by the way, Gian, I wanted to tell you, I discovered why there was no option to mute the video. There was no option to mute the video because the video is too big. So I think if it's greater than 4 hours or 3 hours, you cannot edit the video on YouTube anymore. So even if I go and click on edit, I want to cut it off, it's impossible. It tells you that the video is too big to be edited on YouTube. Because it was like a 7 hours video. So the only way would be to download it, edit locally, and upload again. But I don't really care, so I will leave it like this. If it's muted in certain parts or if it's not available, it's okay. I mean, it's fine. But that was the reason why I was not finding the button. Everything the level is an actor. I don't know. I think we have I don't know where there are. I don't know where we have the guild houses, by the way. No idea. We have them. I mean, they're under maps for sure, but I don't know in which map. I hope the map was renamed something like Guild House. Black Flame Caves, Dragon Plank, Guild House's temp. There is a Guild House temp, so maybe. Guild House's temp. Let me see. This director is becoming insane. I don't know if all the basic pieces are is an actor or what. I'm finishing eating, huh? See you, man. Bye bye. Thank you for helping. But I think this solution can be possible. So if I go under maps, it's loading shaders, so I have to wait. I have to wait that it finishes loading shaders. Okay. I finished the skewer. It was actually good. So this thing is gone. Done, deleted, eaten, destroyed. Very nice. Very good. One sec. Okay. I'm here. I'm back. Fully back. So the question I think is, I think the question is, if we decide to take, so these are the guild houses today. There is this one which is like this one which is like this, and this one which is like this, and so on. This one, this one. So we have how many? 5. And there may be more in the future, okay? So the point is, so this thing is already a static mesh. I mean, it's a collection of static meshes. I mean, it's not only one. It's like, for example, this one is 7 or 8, whatever, static meshes. This one is a bit more complex. I mean, it's a bit more split in pieces. And there are also some lights. But yeah, if I could convert this into an actor, it would be very nice. I don't think I can. Huh? Actor merging. No, into a single mesh, no. I mean, it's the same. We can also do it, but for me, it will be not into a single mesh. It will be into a single actor. Window Developer Tools Merge Actors. Pretty good. Wow, you have three options. You have creating basically a new geometry, merging the other geometries. Group my material. No, in this case, group my material in this case into a single mesh, and in this case is an actor. Yeah, I was thinking more to this. I don't know why, but I was thinking more to this. So to have to keep the same actors and sub actors. Let me see if I select, because for example here I have some lights, you know. Yeah, also the lights are selected. Mesh replacement method. Keep original actor as editor only. Non-destructive workflow, keep the original actors but hide them and set them to editor only. Remove original actor. Okay. So I can decide if this thing, I mean, for me it will be remove. If it works, I think it can be removed. The current setting will result in 3 instanced static mesh components. 8 actors will be replaced. I think it's probably because these lights are seen as no, there are also some other stuff then that is probably these 2 pieces. Because probably these 2 pieces are basically the same, just oriented differently. Yeah, exactly. There are these 2 shields or whatever they are. You see? Which are exactly the same. And so it's detecting that and creating instances of it. I think it's super smart. Also these ones will be the same probably. I mean, to me it can even merge the geometry, but I think it's a good test. Should we try to do it? I think it is a very good test. So we can take this level. How do we see then if it's identical? I mean, I can do it, but then I don't know if it will be exactly the same. Maybe I can do the keep instead of I can do keep original actor and set them as editor only and see what happens. Okay, let's try. Is doing it, or he did it already, or what? I don't understand if he did it already. You think he did it? I mean, it doesn't look like the same thing. I don't understand what he did. So if I move all of that, it seems that he duplicated all these objects. No, not even, because I think if they are not visible, they are not selected. I don't understand. Do you think he created something else, or? I don't get it. I don't know what he did. I don't think I can go back. I mean, I can avoid saving it and reloading from disk. I think I can reload from disk. But I don't understand what he did. Okay, let's go with a smaller subset, otherwise it's harder to understand. So let's take only, I don't know, 3 pieces. Let's take this wall. Let me select. Let me take this wall, the shields, there's the wall thing. Okay. Okay, fine. We take the wall thing, the 2 shields, and the 2 plants. Okay. So is the basically all the walls, the 2 shields, and the 2 plants. And so we ask him now, with this thing selected, which maybe I can move to another folder just to be sure. Move to create new folder, and I will call it test merge. Okay, so now all these items, yes, are the one inside this folder. I will select them, do developer tools, merge actors, and I will say four actors will be replaced. Actor class to use, actor. Merge. So if I move this, so it created don't understand. I mean, the walls are exactly as they were before, but I lost the shields, and I lost. Ah, no, it's here, actor. Ah, wait. He created a new actor. The problem is that it's not in the same directory. Ah, okay. But he actually created one actor with a weird pivot point, unfortunately. But yes, he created one new actor called Actor, okay, which contains these pieces. So actually now the combination of this actor plus these two. Why these two have been left outside? No, actually I see that it's inside actor instance. But I was expecting, to get a new actor here somewhere, in my... I was expecting to get a new actor here in the content browser. But it seems not. So this one I can browse to asset, but this one I cannot browse to asset. So this one is like an instance which is putting together two other instances. Which have, for example, this one has the shield, and this one is the plant. Yeah, and there are two instances of that with a specific positioning. And I guess, yeah, two instances of the shield with a specific positioning. Okay. It's kind of interesting. I mean, it's not what I wanted to do, but still it's kind of interesting. But he left the ink separated and the walls separated. So it is really not what I wanted at the end, but I did some. So let me try the other options just to understand. If I do developer tool, merge actors, and I select, for example, the second one. The second one is really merging the geometry. Let's try. Create merged actors. In this case, it's asking me for... and in this case, which is the first one, is also asking me a new name. I can try to save it and see what happens. Is here. But in this case, it's working on the geometry. So in this case, it really merged the geometry, making it one single object, one single static mesh. So I mean, which is pretty good. I mean, he did a good job, but I think it's not what I want. Or yes, can also be okay, yeah, at the end. Can also be okay. To have it merged as a... But actually, you know, my idea was kind of simpler, but it seems not possible here. It seems not possible. My idea was like, let me try the second option. I tried the first option. Let me try the second option. I think it will be the same though. Creating mesh proxy. By the way, guys, if you have any questions, please let's try to keep this interactive. So type the question in the chat. I can answer. If you want to ask me anything about the game or about what we are doing. So in this case, yes, in this case he created a single geometry. I would say messed up a bit with the light, but I think it's just because it's positioned. If I do unlit, I think we'll be fine. I don't know if he's still recalculating shaders or what, but it seems that he also merged the textures. So the textures are wow. Holy moly! He created an atlas texture. Wow. I mean, it's not what we need, but it's kind of impressive that he can do it. I mean, he didn't do it very well, if I can say, but let me see the first option. The first option seems it did not change the textures. So the first option seems to be safer. Because I think that here we have, yes, here we have the same textures which are pointing to the same texture we had before. So if I, yeah, exactly. So these are the same, what is it? Yes, this one has not been changed. So the first option basically leaves the textures in place and is creating like a super object, but it's merging the geometry though. So the first one is merging the it seems like convex elements. It seems it's merging the geometry. This seems to be one single static mesh now. Yeah, I think it is. It's one single static mesh with different textures. The last one is doing something pretty weird because it's creating maybe what I can do this. I can select, instead of actor, I can select static mesh actor and see if that works any better. Let me do it with other pieces because those pieces now are a bit fucked up. So let me take here the Libra in the middle and this bench and one shield, okay? So we are taking these three pieces. We're using the last option, but instead of actor, we are selecting static mesh actor. And I want to say, instance replacement threshold. I don't want to create any instance. I don't know if the current setting will not result in any instance mesh being created. Okay, good. So if I do merge now, didn't do anything. I think this one is only used. When you have to. So, but then how do I do what I want to do? How do I do what I want to do? How do I do what I want to do? That's the problem. You know, because what I want to do is to have one actor. So let's put it here and we will delete it. I want to have one actor. Okay. New blueprint. Which includes those pieces. So this is what I want to have, and it seems that it's pretty hard to obtain. It's pretty tough to obtain. So basically below this guy, I want to have like this table. Cannot do it, huh? I cannot do it this way. Fuck. Yeah, but this is not working because it means that I have to reposition them manually. No, it's not possible. It's not possible. Because all these things are come on, I ask you to copy that. Copy. Okay, because if I do this, hey, yes, I will place it in, but it will be placed in 0, 0, 0. So it's not really helping me. I can group them, but after they are grouped, I can create a group. I would like to convert a group to an actor, if that would be even possible. Can you select them and convert to blueprint actor? I don't know, is it possible? Ah, where? This is exactly what I want to do, but... So I have these three selected. I have this... Wait, now it's in a group, so... Ungroup. So I have these three selected. Right? How do I convert to... Where is this thing? There is a convert actor to static mesh. This one maybe. Static mesh. Let me put here and then we will see. Maybe. Yes and no. He fucked up. I mean, what he's doing is trying to generate a new. He's trying to generate a new mesh, but as you can see, he's messing up all the UV. You see the UV. You see the UV that we have here, and then UV that we have there. These are all fucked up. These one are correct. The shield and the bench are correct, but this one is fucked up. And also now this is a single geometry. There is a single geometry, which can be okay, but if he fucks up the UV, no. The wireframe seems to be fine. The wireframe seems to be okay, but the UV seems to be completely fucked up. The blue button disappears when you select multiple. Because if you select only one, what is doing? Like this thing, if I select this. Convert to transformer? No. I don't understand where is that option that you say. Replace, place, edit. This convert to blueprint actor that you are saying that is there, but I don't see it. On the details. This one. No, but this is just the same as doing create a new. No, it's not. I understand, but this is just creating a blueprint which contains them. Okay, fine, but yes, if you select multiple, for sure it will not allow you to do it. No. It is if you want to create a blueprint around this single object. But anyway, I mean, we may find a way to import it. I think we can just re-import these things as there must be the way. There must be a way anyway. I don't believe there is no way. Maybe it's in the import. When you do import meshes as single actor. Actor merging, no, importing static meshes. I think maybe in the import, in the window of the import, it tells you importing static meshes. The first thing that it tells you is exporting. Okay. Maybe here. there is the option to import as a single actor. No, doesn't look like. Because you understand what I want to do now. So what I want to do is very simple. Is an actor which basically has our guild house inside. So I add a new static mesh, I add another static mesh, I add another static mesh, and we continue like this. Actually, you can see it only as sub meshes. I think it's okay. They can be in parallel, you know. And so this one will be my table. This one will be the Libra. This one will be whatever it will be. The problem is the positioning, obviously, right? But this one will be a table. Why the table? Is it too small or is it too big? I don't know. It seems to me that the proportions are a bit fucked up. But yeah, basically the idea is that here I have my level, you know, which is which will be the guild house. Inside one actor, which like in this case is called new blueprint. And then when I need a new guild house, I simply instantiate this. I don't know why now the proportions are completely crazy, but or not, I don't know. But anyway, I will just instantiate this, and then I will instantiate another, and then I will instantiate another. So I can, for each guild house that I need, you know, create the now one problem will be the object positioning, because the object positioning the object positioning will have to be dynamic. Or we say that they are always at the same position. Yeah, probably is easier. Every guild is basically always at the same in the same position. Yeah, but the big advantage of this is that if we then decide to what is the name of this? No, what is the name? Now I merged it, I think. Okay, these walls. Okay. So then one advantage of this is that if I change the geometry, or if I improve the geometry, it will be automatically updated for all the guild houses. You see, like now I added the walls, and the walls are now in both the two instance actors, right? So I don't know, I have the feeling that this could be the right way. The problem is just how to bring our guild into a single actor. YouTube watch it by the level blueprint, convert selected actor to blueprint. Let me see.
Sofficini Fidus, 45 anni.
Advertising.
Hey ho, questa è una storia di
You will finish one day. Okay.
Then going to show us to make blueprint actors out of grouped meshes in the engine. Right, so the reason this is so helpful is I can show you here. We have separate meshes here, right? Say with the stones. And it's fine having them all separate, but the problem is if I want to, let's say I'm up against here and I'm like, oh, we haven't seen them move them. And same with building pieces, if I drag them in, look. But in reality, it's that. The problem with that is you can't drag it into the scene now. If I say, okay, I want this easier.
Problem is clear.
The first things first, all you got to do is let's group all of all the assets we want together. So let's say I want this to be a blueprint actor. Select all of that, go up to blueprint, click it, and go convert selected components to blueprint class. Click that, click OK, or create blueprint, and you'll be greeted with this screen.
Exactly. Exactly. Why did he put it up there? I think it's very good. I don't know exactly what he did here though. There is a strange symbol. Child actor component. Child actor component. But anyway, I think it's not bad. I just have to understand the potential problems of that. Like, for example, the fact that nothing is visible. If I put it back into the scene, looks like it does not exist. Child actor component. You see there is a weird symbol there, which is static mesh actor. Why you cannot just create it as a static mesh? I mean, what is here? Or? I think it's here. Is that thing? No. It doesn't. It doesn't have geometry. I don't know. It doesn't show. Let me try something else. If it's, I mean, the same command, but yeah, but it's this, huh? Oh my god. So it's a collection. Is a collection of other actors, basically, that you can still move. Which, in our case, obviously, will not be needed. You can still move. So it's like a group, but it's actually. Now the good thing is there is actually an actor. Okay. The only problem is that whenever I put this actor in the scene, is going in one place. Is always going in that place, and even if I move it, it makes no freaking difference. Right? So the sub pieces are staying there. I think it's because there is this shared root in the middle. Can I remove this freaking shared root? No. So here they are sitting in the right positions. Okay. Removing the shared root seems to allow the actor to move the pieces. Okay. And then inside each actor, the weird thing is that inside each actor, if you want, you can still move. So I can still do this, but it's fine. It's fine. It's exactly how it should work. So inside this actor, for example, this one is made like this. And so now if I move it, yeah, I can also move this one maybe at the front. So this one, if I move it, now is a single entity, right? And which is what we want. So it means that now I can clone this. I just don't know what is the difference, but let me try with other pieces because I would like to select as a father. So let's try. These pieces are separate, right? Yes, let's try these 4 pieces, which are the same but specular. So these 4 pieces, and do blueprints, convert selection to blueprint class. And instead of actor, let me try to do static mesh actor, okay? I want to see if he can do it. It does it, but unfortunately it keeps this child blueprint. But it cannot does it, huh? It cannot does it. So it's not too bad. Let me see if I put it here. Did he fuck up the scale or no? No. So yeah, it's the same theory, just that the father is a static mesh actor. and I can still move the pieces. Yeah, but it's not bad anyway. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad. I think it's one way. I think it's not too bad. The only annoyance is that the child are actor components, so they are a bit more heavy, a bit more heavy than just a simple static mesh. Child actor class, static mesh actor. Let me see if this guy is doing something else in the video, because maybe he's going forward, you know, and doing.
Now you can move them independently in here, which will basically make it so it's obviously not like it basically just makes it so that automatically convert it to. It will move it. Yeah. When I click in here, that's where its origin point is going to be now. When I move that down, it will change its origin like this. That comes to play. Got this again.
Yeah, the main reason is that now we can place multiple walls, you know, at the same time,
there,
including the piece above and the pieces
remember
below.
to click compile afterwards, as if you don't do what you want to look at. Remember to click compile afterwards, as if you don't, it won't compile it. Blueprint actors. So what I've got here is I'm using it for crates. Then I group them all together, and I've made only 2 variations, but I've made 2 variations now that are blueprint actors, and it means like remove some faces and a couple more actors I could do, and one actor. Yeah, I hope you want to do some modular kits or just work with sets. And yeah.
Yeah. I think the idea is beautiful. Hi. I think the idea is beautiful. It's exactly what I wanted, so thank you for that. The only problem I have to understand if these child actors, these child actor components, you know, are having any drawback, you know, or if they are exactly like a static mesh component. Because to me, actually, those should be static mesh components. But I cannot copy, you know, this. Also, I don't understand where he's taking the geometry. So he's saying, okay, let's say this door, right? He's saying this door is a child component, has a child actor which is static mesh actor, you see, yeah, he's inside. But you see how much more stuff is in here. So basically, for each one, you could change, I don't know, the rendering mechanism. You can change the lining on each one. You can say that this one is overriding this one is using a diff. So you see that it's changing the light. So I think he has way more stuff than what we need. I think it's perfect just with that note that is creating child actors. Real pity. Convert selection to blueprint class. Like now I selected one that was already created as a blueprint, one that was already created as a child. So this one is a child actor, but you cannot expand it anymore. So this is a child of a child, you know, and is going to this class. This is the class, but obviously is not keeping the positions because the position is decided by instance. Convert selection to blueprint class. Can we check what is a child actor exactly? I mean, why we need it, and what the fuck is a child actor exactly? What is it?
Hello, video. What is
Child actor?
simple note and just by it play? So it's true or false.
No,
You
but
can
this is
see a
child
pattern.
actor is the blueprint node. Look at this documentation. Child actor component. Child actor component. Thank you. I mean, thank you. Clarity on when to use actor component versus child actor component. Even Epic does not use child actor component for some reason. You should stay away from child actor component when possible. They are slow and clumsy to use. Yeah. So, for example, he's saying if you have a light, and you want to add it, I think it makes sense. I don't know if there is a performance impact on this thing, and so it start to be annoying. What happened? The music disappeared, and now it's back. So there was like a track with silence for 20 minutes. Probably. So it is so good, but not good enough. Hmm. 10 things you didn't know you can do with Unreal Engine 4. Anyway, that one is one method. Convert a child actor to static mesh. Now is runtime. This is still Super Meat Boy, eh? The music of Super Meat Boy is insane. I love it. It's super good. Super good. So another way is to do it from Blender, to have basically one single object as the full, so we can import as a single mesh basically, right? So that would be another option, which I think is okay. Okay, but I think we can assume that we will have our guild into a single actor. I think that's the best idea, and I think we should do it this way. I think it's better than trying to fix the collision client side server side, unless Gion gets with a beautiful idea, comes up with a beautiful idea, right? Okay, guys, I think that tonight I'm gonna finish a bit earlier. I think I'm finishing it now, the stream, and I will check the Twitch thing. This thing, the path to affiliate, you know, that we just discovered and completed. And so I want to see what happens if I click on get started. Right? So I want to see how it works, and if we can get the affiliate status and to have you know, everything set up properly. I think today we didn't do a lot of progress, unfortunately, but I think we learned quite some stuff, which is nice. Mainly, we did a lot of tests on the Guildhouse template and trying to understand how this works, on the collision of objects, on the trace channels, on the objects channels, and I think we did a good learning session, but in terms of progress, unfortunately, not too much. But I think we are forming the idea, you know, of how to do instances in a better, how to do guild houses in a better way. One of the major benefits, you know, of doing it the previous way was basically to save memory on the server side. But if we find a way where we just instantiate a guild house and populate with the items, maybe is enough. So basically I'm envisioning a system, you know, where the player connects. So the player enter the guild house. So enter in the door of the guild house, right? And only at that time we check if we didn't yet have this guild house loaded or not. Assuming there is not, we load the guild house itself, right? So we load the geometry and everything in the walls, instantiating. I mean, we are not loading the geometry, we are instantiating the house from an actor. So this is basically just the create actor containing the guild house, right, in the right spot. It must be server side, because obviously it has to be replicated to everyone, but we create the actor containing the guild house, which should be fairly quick. And then the next step will be will be to populate the items, right? So the next one will be to populate the items inside, wherever they are and whatever they are. And yes, so to populate the items, Now I think the player in this case will see a bit of loading, you know, will see a bit of a pop, but this kind of pop will happen only the first time. If then the guild is loaded on the server side, he will remain loaded with all his items. So then the player we can go in and out, and this stuff will stay. What I don't want, you know, I don't want to have like 50 guild houses fully loaded with all their items and no players using it, right? That is what I don't want to have. And maybe we can even have, you know, a mechanism that, yeah, I think we can put a timer that if that guild house is not used for I don't know, 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, we just unload it. We just remove it from the server, because maybe that guild is not active anymore, you know. I mean, restarting the server will. So we need to understand this sequence and how to do this sequence. But I think it's not that complex. So the check for us will be when the character is actually opening the door. So on the click to open, and we will transfer him. Now the only problem I have is that guild houses should then be in fixed positions. Otherwise we will have to remap all the items locations, and it will be a mess. I don't want to do it on the fly, you know. So I want the items to be already in the right spot. In that sense, we also resolve the problem of the guild houses items having collision or no collision, because that at the point is automatically solved, because these are real items that are sitting on the server for everyone. And we also solve the problem of the particles, we solve the problem of the sounds, you know. So I'm feeling that this way is probably a better way. So I will think about it, and we will work on it, okay? Okay, with that said, I think I will say bye-bye to you, and we will see each other soon. If you didn't do it yet, please click on follow on Twitch and click subscribe on YouTube. That will help me a bit. Also, if you are new to the stream, we have a Patreon page, which is patreon.com/planeshift, where if you want, you can contribute and get some benefits out of it, like videos and other stuff that we do. Thank you. Bye bye. Now I need my Planeshift music. My Planeshift music. Do I have it?